successful NATO summit here in Ankara. There was a great sense of unity. Allies warmly welcomed President Trump's leadership that is transforming this alliance and making it stronger. The message from this summit is simple. NATO delivers. 1 year ago in The Hague, allies took historic decisions to strengthen our alliance. Here in Ankara, excellently hosted by President Erdogan, we have demonstrated that those commitments are now being put into practice. Across the alliance, defense investment continues to rise. New capabilities are being delivered. Industry is expanding production. And European allies and Canada are assuming greater responsibility for our shared security. Together, these are the foundations for a stronger, a fairer and a more capable NATO. Allies reviewed the significant progress already made towards investing 5% of GDP in defense by 2035. Already measuring 4% just 1 year into a 10-year project. So the momentum is clear. Allies continue to increase both core defense spending and broader investment that strengthen our security. They are generating the capabilities our defense plans require and stepping up their contribution to NATO's collective deterrence and defense. This is not simply about spending more, it is about ensuring that our armed forces have what they need to keep our 1 billion people safe in a more dangerous world. Our focus has now shifted decisively from setting targets to delivering results. That means accelerating production, breaking down barriers, boosting resilience, investing in innovation, and working with partners to maximize cooperation. The NATO Summit Defense Industry Forum demonstrated the determination of governments and industry to work together with greater speed and ambition. And the numbers are staggering, including over $50 billion in new procurement deals in just 1 day. We also launched a new major initiative, NATO's Drone Edge, which will see $40 billion invested by allies in uncrewed systems over the next 5 years. And big deals with US and European industry, including Triton from Northrop Grumman and our new AWACS from Saab. These new investments and industrial commitments announced here will help strengthen our collective defense while supporting innovation, economic growth, and, of course, skilled jobs across the whole of the alliance. This work must continue, and that's why I'm happy to announce that allies are taking a historic step to enhance NATO's fuel supply chain, to ensure our forces have the energy supplies they need for war-fighting readiness. While allies continue to finalize the details, we know that this 27 billion euro investment will modernize our existing fuel storage and distribution infrastructure and support new facilities, including pipelines towards the eastern part of the alliance. We are also ensuring that we are using technology to our advantage, including through the adoption of powerful AI models and the development of an interoperable transatlantic warfighting cloud. So here again, credible deterrence and defense depends on what we deliver, and we are delivering. Allies also reaffirmed NATO's unwavering support for Ukraine. As Russia continues its war, we will continue to ensure Ukraine gets what it needs. Allies pledged to provide at least 70 billion euros in military equipment, assistance and training for Ukraine this year and again next year as we continue to press for peace. As Ukraine shifts the dynamics on the battlefield, our support must continue. This summit has shown that the alliance is stronger than ever. An alliance that is united and ready to defend every inch of our territory. Here in Ankara, allies reaffirmed their ironclad commitment to the collective defense under Article 5. That an attack on one is an attack on all, and we will stand together. Our unity, solidarity, and collective strength remain the foundation of peace, security, and prosperity. Leaders also agreed on the importance of modernizing our alliance and building for the future. That means a stronger Europe in a stronger NATO. With European allies and Canada working with the United States, taking on greater responsibility for the defense of the alliance. Transformative investment in defense, major deals for industry on both sides of the Atlantic. We are rebalancing our security for the better. That is what NATO 3.0 is all about. An alliance that continues to adapt. An alliance that continues to deliver. To keep 1 billion people safe. Thank you.
All right, we'll turn to your questions. Let's start over here in the fourth row, second seat in.
Maya Raidan, TRT Arabic. I have two questions, if you allow me. First, President Trump again criticized the NATO while he was standing beside you. We've heard a lot of promises and determination, that's very good. But why there isn't a credible plan B if he went through his threats to decrease his forces in the region? Is that because there isn't, or the NATO cannot function without the US? This is my first question. My second question regarding Iran, the final declaration said that Iran must not acquire nuclear weapons. If the US-Tehran negotiations failed, what is the NATO strategy to keep this objective? Thank you.
Well, on your first question, I can only tell you that what I saw in the room with 32 leaders sitting together was a huge sense of unity. I've not seen this in recent history. And this is what I always believe NATO is all about, that yes, you will have your forceful debates. Sometimes people will argue at the top of their lungs, their points of view, and others will answer. And I'm never worried about that, because in the end, we are an alliance of democracies. It makes us stronger. It not only makes us stronger, in the end, we also come together. Today is evidence of that. And I always know that President Trump and the US is completely committed to NATO. But there is this big irritant, the irritant that the Europeans were not paying the same as the Americans were paying. And this is a frustration on the US part since Eisenhower. And this American president has been able to solve this. And not only get the Europeans to commit to spend the same as the US, but also to deliver on that commitment. Already 4% on a 10-year trajectory to reach the 5%. 4% already reached. Of course, also because we have the Russian threat, the war in Ukraine, etc., etc. But this is a huge encouragement done by the American president to get us to do this. So for all those reasons, I sense this sense of unity, and that is what makes this alliance so strong. It was really very special to be in that room, to sense that situation. We all felt it, that this alliance is more together than ever. I think particularly because we allow ourselves to sometimes disagree and then come together. On your second question, it's absolutely clear it is a NATO policy that, and a point of view of all 32 allies, that Iran should never get its hand on a nuclear capability. Obviously, Iran is outside NATO territory. That doesn't mean that NATO could never get involved. But as I said before, if helpful, NATO is always willing to play a role. But first now, let's see what happens over the coming days and weeks.
Okay, let's come up here, about halfway up on the right. I think I see Reuters. Ah, sorry, there you are.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we made it. I'm Lily Beyer from
Hi.
Reuters. Thank you very much for the question. Secretary General, we've heard President Trump talk a lot about the need to boost spending on defense, and you yourself, you've emphasized that European allies and Canada are stepping up. But NATO released new data yesterday, and what it showed is that there's actually quite a big spread in terms of what allies are spending as a percentage of GDP. Some are spending a lot, but there are actually quite a few allies that are still around 2% and don't have clear plans to make it to 3.5% on core defense. So what is your message to those allies, and do you foresee those allies that are still around 2% moving up soon? Thank you.
Well, let's indeed, as you already implied in your question, and I agree with that, agree that $250 billion spent more in 2 years, Canada, Europe, is massive. And there is a max to what you can spend more in 1 or 2 years, because you still have to recruit the men and women in uniform. You have to make sure that the defense industrial base produces the output. And of course, we are also ramping up the defense industrial production, but also there you need a couple of years to really get it going. Yes, there is always a certain spread between one country and the other. On the other hand, when you look at 4 big economies, Belgium, Italy, Spain, and Canada, they were far from 2% a year ago. They all committed to 2%. And I always sense that if you have to make such a jump from 1.3, 1.4% to 2%, that means, in the case of some of these countries, $5 to $10 billion extra spent in 1 year, that you need to give yourself a little bit of time to indeed spend the money. Again, the absorption capacity, but then at a national level. But all these countries commit to move forward and to deliver on the The Hague targets.
All right, let's come to the front row here. Could I get a mic down in the center? If you can come down past the barrier, it's easier. Yeah, the man here, yes, thanks.
Sir.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. You mentioned that commitment from NATO. I'm John Decker from Gray Television. You mentioned that commitment from NATO for Ukraine, $80 billion this year, a follow-up of at least that amount in 2027. What will it take, in your view, beyond those resources to bring Mr. Putin to the negotiating table? That's my first question. And my second question, we're here in Turkey. What's come up during the president's time here is that S-400 missile system that Turkey possesses. Are you comfortable with that Russian missile system in the hands of a NATO ally? That's my question.
On the second question, this is primarily a bilateral issue between Turkey and the United States, and this has been discussed, as far as I understand, also in the bilateral discussions yesterday, or at least the two countries are working on it. So let me not comment. And your first question was on?
On what it will take to bring Mr. Putin.
Yeah, so on Putin, yes, I said this, I gave that answer on Monday. I stopped a long time ago to try to interpret what is going on in the head of Vladimir Putin. What I do know is that Putin is in difficulty. The economy is doing badly. He is losing around 30,000 of his own people a month, which is terrible news for those families and people. It means he is willing to sacrifice up to 30, sometimes even 35,000 of his own, primarily men, on the battlefields. We see Ukraine striking deep into Russia when it comes to the energy infrastructure, the defense infrastructure, and the front line. He was making some gains earlier this year, and it is now more or less of a stalemate. So he's not doing well. There is this firm commitment now by the 32 to continue the support for Ukraine. I think that is absolutely relevant and very important. And I know that President Trump and his team, with help from everyone who is available, is trying to end this terrible war. He's meeting now, as we speak, with President Volodymyr Zelensky to discuss what can be done more. And wherever we can be helpful, we will be helpful as NATO. But let me not try to predict what's going on in the mind of the Russian president.
All right, let's come up here. Financial Times, please.
Secretary General Henry Foy,
Where
Financial
are
Times. Thank you. Can I hold it?
Can
You can
you
trust me.
raise
Henry
your
Foy,
hand?
Financial Times. Nice
Ah,
to
you're
see
there.
you.
Yes, hi.
Secretary General, how concerned are you that President Trump has brought back his desire to control Greenland? In January, this sparked a huge crisis inside the alliance, forced you to get involved personally, and almost started a trade war with the EU. Further, you told Trump this morning that you personally will make sure that an agreement on Greenland is implemented. Is that a promise you're allowed to make? Is that not the sovereign right of the Danish and Greenlandic people? Thank you.
What the President and I agreed in Davos in January is, first of all, for when it comes to the defense of the Arctic, he absolutely was right. Because there is a huge risk that Russia and China will gain more and more access to the Arctic. And the discussion we had and the deal we made is for NATO, particularly the 7 countries bordering on the Arctic, including, of course, the US through NORSCOM and NORAD, so that means Canada with NORAD, and then, of course, the 5 European allies, so Iceland, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, and Norway, working together, backed up by all the other allies, making sure that the Arctic stays safe. This is Arctic Sentry, launched by the Supreme Allied Commander early February. And then secondly, and here you're right, I'm not allowed to discuss or make any commitments on this second part. The second part is about trilateral talks between the US, Greenland, and Denmark, led by the foreign ministers of the United States, Greenland, and Denmark, basically to make sure that whatever investments when it comes to the Golden Dome or deployment of troops on Greenland will be made in the future, that if Greenland would change its constitutional position within the Kingdom of Denmark, that these commitments, these deals are still valid. And that's why also Greenland is involved in those talks. I'm not involved in those talks, so your question, are you allowed, etc., on the second part, this is up to the 3 parties. These talks are ongoing. When it comes to the first, of course, it is my role to work with our military leaders to make sure that we implement this Arctic Sentry, and that's exactly what we are doing.
All right, we'll stay right up there just next to him. Bloomberg.
Secretary General Andrea Polishano from Bloomberg News.
Good afternoon.
Will there be, I'm here.
Hi, I see you, yeah.
Will there be a summit next year in Albania? If not, when? Thank you.
The next summit will indeed be in Albania. That was the decision in The Hague. So the summit now in Ankara and then the next summit in Albania. So from now on, of course, the next summit is not in Ankara because we are in Ankara now. So the next summit is in Albania. And of course, we still have to decide on the exact timing.
Okay, and then let's come down here in the second row, right here.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Hi. Given all the challenges you laid out of defense production, increasing spending, you had kind words to say or supportive words to say about the president's strikes on Iran last night. If that conflict enlarges again, are you concerned at all that that could divert money, munitions, resources, attention from stopping the war in Ukraine?
No, because the United States is so strong and powerful, it can do both. Obviously, we still have to produce more. That's anyway a goal we have both in the US and in Europe and in Canada. But when it comes to Iran, degrading the nuclear capability, degrading the interballistic missile capability of Iran, crucial for the Middle East, crucial for Europe, crucial for the whole world. And then, of course, the American president deciding, and I think he was totally right, last night, given the attacks on ships which happened over the last 24 hours, to do these strikes, obviously is completely the right thing to do, because this was Iran breaking the deal.
All right, and then right here in the center. Yes?
Sarsin Anajir, Harici Media. Mr. Secretary General, President Trump was quite unhappy how the European countries had a lack of contribution to the military operations against Iran. If the ceasefire ends completely and the war is back on, do you support European countries to contribute more into this conflict? And if Donald Trump makes a statement like that to call them for aid, do you support his call? Thank you.
Yeah, obviously this is not so much NATO, this is individual European allies having bilateral agreements with the United States which have been negotiated over the years when it comes, for example, to the use of bases, etc. And I know when it comes to this that the United States is disappointed. And what I pointed out is that this is about individual cases, isolated cases. When you look at Europe as a whole, massively the Europeans have done what they bilaterally agreed with the United States when it comes to these agreements. And this led, in aggregate, to, as I mentioned on Monday, up to 5,000 sorties from European bases in the context of Epic Fury. And I would say Epic Fury would have been very difficult to do without Europe being a platform of power projection for the United States. Of course, this is one of the reasons why the United States is invested in its allies in Europe, to keep itself safe from the nuclear submarines, from Russia not ending up at the shores of the United States, but also, for example, for this reason, to make sure that they can make use of these bases. And massively that has been done.
All right, we're going to get challenging for the mic carriers because I've got several questions that are towards the center. So first, there's a man in the blue shirt.
And we agreed on Monday that you were sitting.
There's too many people. So fourth row blue shirt here. And then after that, I think we'll go back to the eighth row, about just as far in, or a little further.
Thanks for the opportunity. Yilmaz Akıncı from Al Jazeera. My question is, President Trump was mentioning today that the peace deal is over for me with Iran. And just a couple of minutes ago, he said, we will hit them hard tonight. So what is the NATO standing in the sense, especially there are certain countries like Spain is not really collaborative with NATO ally. Will NATO really fully support this, attacks or involve, especially when the topic comes to the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, first, political. So the political position of NATO is clear, over the years always been clear, that Iran should not have a nuclear capability, should not have a interballistic missile capability. So there's no doubt about that. That's the political side. Then the practical side. NATO itself is not involved. This is outside NATO territory. But as I just mentioned with your colleague, there are, of course, these bilateral agreements the United States has negotiated over the years with individual allies in Europe. And again, when you looked at the situation between the end of February and mid-April till the ceasefire started, up to 5,000 sorties from European bases, I think this is evidence that European allies have delivered.
Okay, all right. Towards the center in the eighth row. Do we have a mic moving? Is she already there?
Yeah, you have to look at her. She decides. Alison decides. I see a gentleman there. Hey.
Making our way. And then once you're there, please stay there because we'll take a few in the neighborhood.
Thank you so much. I'm Deborah Haynes from Sky News.
Good to see you.
Thank you. You know Donald Trump well. Can you just give a sense from your perspective, do you think that he is more committed and more enthusiastic about NATO and NATO membership now than he was a year ago, given all the allies have done in terms of ramping up defence spending? Or are you seeing that these outbursts against the UK and others over failing to join the fight against Iran, his desire for Greenland, that actually he is as unhappy as ever before with NATO, maybe even more so? And can I just have a clarification from what you said earlier about Iran? Are you saying that, that NATO actually would support the US militarily in terms of its operation in Iran?
What I said is that Iran is outside NATO territory. NATO has a political position. You can also see that in the summit declaration that Iran should not get a nuclear capability, that the Strait of Hormuz should open up. And NATO has always taken the position that when it comes to the interballistic missile capability, Iran should not get its hands on it. But this is outside NATO territory, so this is individual allies navigating this with with the United States. On your first question, I mean, I always felt that families, where sometimes you have heart-to-hearts and sometimes you fight each other a bit, are much stronger than families where you have, oh, let's not disagree and let's keep things nice and unity. That's a bit fake, I always felt. I love it when sometimes between friends you can fight each other because it makes you stronger. And President Trump is not a person which keeps his views to himself. So on two issues he was very clear. One is that Europe had to step up, and this had to do with NATO. He was committed to NATO, he is committed to NATO. But he said, hey, Mark, it's not a fair deal. How can it be that you have 600 million people living in Europe, the richest part of the world, big economies like Germany and the Netherlands and Italy and France and all the other nations together defending, of course, including with the US against 140 million Russians, and then you're overly dependent on the United States. That's not fair, and he's right. And that's what we settled in The Hague. I think that was his leadership, extremely important. So committed to NATO, but also expecting us all to do more. And when it comes to Iran, clearly he was disappointed. What I pointed out again is this is about isolated cases, massively. Europeans have done what you, the United States, bilaterally negotiated with the European countries.
Okay, this man here, yes, please.
Yeah, hey, Rasmus Svaneborg from the Danish news agency.
Yes, hi.
Danish news agency Ritzau. Mark, you sit next to Donald Trump in moments where he talks about conquering Greenland, talks about lashing out at allies like Spain, starting trade wars, things that it doesn't seem like the old Mark Rutte would approve of. Does this have any effect on your self-respect when you sit next to him like that and say nothing?
You know, what I always do is acknowledge when praise is due, and I think we should praise Donald Trump for the fact that NATO is so much stronger. Of course, it has to do with the Russian threat, it has to do with the war in Ukraine, but it very much also has to do with President Trump delivering now what since Eisenhower the United States tried to achieve, equalizing spending between the US and Europe. And it makes Europe stronger. It makes Europe more relevant for the United States as a partner. So that is the transformative character of this summit, of what happened in The Hague, the implementation since The Hague, this summit as a point in time where we take stock. And I think that is extremely important. And when it comes to Greenland, I already explained. We had the meeting in Davos. And I said, I agree with you when it comes to Russia, when it comes to China, gaining access to the High North. But let's do this together. We have NATO for this. Let's work together on this. This is exactly what we are doing.
Okay, we have very little time and still lots and lots of questions. So the woman who's standing here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary General.
Yes, hi.
Amel Akan from the Epoch Times, New York-based media outlet. I have a question on Russia. Russia is facing energy crisis, fuel shortages. The entire country is facing gasoline shortages. How do you see this impacting the war in Ukraine? And do you ask or do you expect President Trump to impose more sanctions on Russia?
Well, clearly, Ukraine is very successful in hitting the energy infrastructure in Russia. In Omsk yesterday, they claimed, and I think the Russians almost, well, I have this from the media, so I didn't get this confirmed from other sources, but I guess you reported this correctly, some of you did, at least yesterday, that they have been successful in striking deep into Russia, which was one of the biggest refinery plants in Russia. And this is part of a pattern over the last 2 months, where the Ukrainians are more and more successful in hitting the vital energy infrastructure in Russia. This is having an impact on people driving cars, ending up at the gasoline stations. There was news yesterday that they had to put out mobile toilets because people had to wait all night for gasoline. Well, I can assure you one thing as a politician. In the 16th, 17th century, you had to make sure there was enough bread. In the 21st century, you have to make sure there's enough gasoline. Your voters don't like it if they cannot fill up their cars. And of course, this is having an impact on the Russian economy. At the same time, you have a Russian president which is willing to sacrifice up to 35,000 of his own young men in this crazy war against Ukraine, totally unprovoked. So again, to any Russian young men listening, if you contemplate joining the war effort, think again. You might be one of those 30 to 35,000 this month, next month, the month after, because your president somehow doesn't care. He is willing to sacrifice you. So this is what is happening. And I know that the US and the European Union, sanctions is not NATO, but the EU and European countries and the US and the United Kingdom are constantly coordinating when it comes to sanctions and to see what can be done.
Okay, I think we have 2 more questions. So the man in the orange tie here in the 6th row.
Hi, Johannes Perterer, Austrian National Television and Radio, ORF. I'm just curious about what NATO, at the end of the day, is really about. We heard a lot about defense spending and about following interests and about hard power politics, let's say. I was wondering also, because we find ourselves in an autocracy where journalists are being arrested, what values does NATO represent, if any, and are those values shared by all 32 members? Thank you.
NATO is a defensive alliance, defending 1 billion people living in NATO territory. That's the United States, that's Canada, and 30 countries in Europe. We are defensive. We will never attack another country. Never. We are a defensive alliance, but we will make absolutely sure that if anyone else does not wish us well and tries to attack us, that they know that our reaction will be very forceful, that we can defend ourselves, etc., etc. And that is for a reason. First of all, because I strongly believe in the 21st century that you should not attack another country like the Russians have done with Ukraine. It's kind of crazy to do that. It's a playbook of the 19th century or the 20th century. We don't do this in grown-up democracies anymore in the 21st century. So that's one, but also because there are values at stake. Democracy. And democracy, as I said on Monday, is not only free vote. Democracy is also you, the free media, that you can report, that you can try to find out what happened behind the scenes, politicians not always liking what you find. But if it is fair, hey, it's your role and your job to do that. It's part of democracy. And the third pillar of democracy is that your societies have the ability to make their views known. And they do this sometimes through demonstrations. And that is always should be possible. And that means that journalists should always be able, in person, to participate in big news events.
Okay, final question. That's all we have time for. We're going to go to the 5th row on the aisle here.
Thank you, Secretary General. Satya from...
yes, hi.
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh, there are more than one hand. Yes.
Satya from NHK, the public TV station of Japan. Thank you. I'd like to ask about the IP4. Do you think it was important to have at least the all representatives of all IP4 countries present in Ankara, considering the challenges NATO faces from China? And this is the second year not having all the leaders present at the summit, but do you already have any ideas on how to engage again at the leaders level with them?
Yes, well, the president of the Republic of Korea was here, so I had the opportunity to get to know him better. He and the First Lady participated in a dinner last night, and we had very senior representatives at the level of defense ministers and or foreign ministers of New Zealand, Australia and Japan. So I myself have my engagement with the leaders of these nations, so it's not necessary that always all the leaders are here. I was very happy to meet the Korean president because he is relatively new. We spoke a couple of times on the phone. This gives the opportunity to get to know each other better, and I traveled myself last year to Japan. And I might do other trips to the IP4 countries in the future, because this is an important relationship. And we said yesterday it is important because this is about the acknowledgement that the two theaters in the Pacific and the Euro-Atlantic are more and more interconnected. You cannot separate the two. That doesn't mean that you want to extend Article 5 to the Indo-Pacific. That's not the goal. The goal is to work as much together on defense industry, on innovation, on standards, also exchanging views on defense spending, how to do that in the best way. We have now experienced in NATO not to prescribe in detail how many tanks or how many fighter jets, but what should be the battlefield outcomes we want to achieve by each nation's contribution to the collective defense. So this was a very useful discussion. I think we all felt that. Alison, there is one lady over there who really tried for some time. Is it okay if we do one more?
One more.
It's you, and then we stop. Because I think there are other presidents and prime ministers also wanting to address you and get your questions.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Ecem Toplar Haber Global TV. Anti-Turkey rhetoric continues to flow from Greece, which persists in its illegal militarization activities in the Aegean. Greek Prime Minister Mitsotakis stated, "My country still faces an open threat of war from Turkey." How are these statements by Greece received within the alliance? Thank you.
Yes, well, I've said before when it came to other issues, sometimes between allies, and that can always happen. We have an alliance of 32 nations, so there might be bilateral discussions, and then obviously, unavoidably, I will get the question, what is my view on this? But of course, I'm not a commentator. I'm there to maintain the unity, at least trying to do my best to maintain the unity of the alliance, and that means that when there are discussions or sometimes irritants between allies, that I do not comment in public, so that I can be behind the scenes, if necessary, if so wanted by any of the discussing countries, helpful. Thank you so much. It was really great to see you on Monday, to see you today, earlier today. You're amazing. See you next time. Thanks.
Thanks very much.
That's a lot of press. Wow. Well, it's important stuff. And you know, our team out here, they've all become stars, superstars actually. But we want to thank you very much. We've had a tremendous time and I think a great success. And we just concluded a very successful NATO summit here in Turkey. And I want to thank President Erdogan, who's really a great man. He's a great leader. He's a friend of mine, been a friend of mine for a long time. He's a strong person, a very strong personality, and that's why he runs such a successful and good country, and really a great, I would say, a great country. Militarily, he's very powerful. People leave him alone. But he's really done a fantastic job. And from the moment we got off the plane, you look at the airports were beautiful. They built a new terminal for our arrival. Everything was beautiful. And so I just want to thank President Erdogan, who's done a fantastic job in Turkey. And I also want to thank NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Mark is an extraordinary person, smart, great leader. It's not easy leading so many leaders like that. You got a lot of leaders, and they're strong personalities, every one of them. And Mark does an unbelievable job. Couldn't find anybody better. I just want to say there was tremendous love in that room. The press got to see the sitting, but they didn't get to see the speaking. And I actually said, it's too bad the press couldn't see this, because every one of them spoke for a little while, and I spoke for a little while. And it's a lot of speeches. We kept it short, but it's too bad the press couldn't have seen what we were doing in that room, because it was very smart people, and they have a lot of good in their heart, not evil, good. And they're doing a great job for their country. The world is doing well. We have, as you know, the oil is down. We'll see whether or not we keep it down. We should keep it down. We're doing things that should have been done 47 years ago with Iran. And I just want to say that throughout my first term and over the past 18 months, the United States has led a historic effort to dramatically increase the defense spending and to have equipment that no other country in the world has. When you look at Venezuela, when you look at Iran, essentially demolished their military in a couple of weeks. They had a good military, they had a good navy, they had 159 ships, everyone's at the bottom of the sea. They had hundreds of airplanes, they're all gone. They were all lying burned up on the runways. They were totally decimated, their radar's gone. Everything's gone, their leaders are gone, frankly. And their combat capability is pretty low. They have a small percentage of missiles left. They have some of the launchers, missile launchers left, call them launching pads, but most of that's been destroyed too. So we have the strongest military in the world by far, not even close, everybody admits it. Last year's summit in the Netherlands was great also, and we achieved an unprecedented agreement to increase the annual defense spending, and it's the benchmark, raising it from 2% to 5% of GDP, which everybody said was impossible. And now they're all thanking me, and most of the countries have agreed to it. We have a couple of that didn't, but I have a feeling they're going to, and pretty quickly. In fact, today they were very positive. One of them in particular was, I didn't think, a good team player. Today was a great team player. As all of the leaders understand very well, the United States remains by far the largest contributor to NATO, monetarily and maybe otherwise, and the strongest military anywhere in the world. And they respect us as a country. Again, they didn't respect us 2 years ago. They laughed at us. NATO laughed at us. Everybody laughed at us. They don't laugh anymore. There's no more laughing. This year we invested a record $1 trillion in our armed forces, and we're going to be asking for $1.5 trillion coming up. We have the money being spent on the best equipment anywhere in the world. In the working session this morning, we discussed the progress other members are making toward the 5% target, and they're making great progress. Many of these countries are very rich, by the way. We don't have to feel sorry for them. But it doesn't mean they're properly protected. There's a big difference. Some have truly answered the call, and others are making big changes and will be answering the call. I think I can say in all cases they're going to be answering the call. And we'll be taking in over $1 trillion a year toward defense. And that's a tremendous amount of money. It's a big up. They were at 2%. They were actually at 1%. I got them to 2%. Then I wanted to get them to 5%. And we got up to 5% the last time. And they're, you know, just again, if you could have seen the respect and the love in the room, and it's love really for the country, for our country. I don't want to say me because you'll say, oh, he's so conceited. He's such a conceited person. But they do. I mean, you know, they like the job I'm doing. They said, sir, we love you. These are grown people saying that. Isn't that nice? Maybe, I don't know, maybe they're trying to get to me. And in the way they did, because there was tremendous unity in that room. And I urge all nations to accelerate their plans to get the benchmark as quickly as possible. The benchmark is going to be that 5% number. That's the number it should have been for years. As a result of the commitment we achieved last year, defense spending of other NATO members surged by more than almost $150 billion in 2025, and much of that money is being spent on American-made equipment. They all want American-made equipment. We're pushing very hard to have the defense companies, and they're great. We make the best equipment. The Patriots and the Tomahawks and everything we have is considered to be the best. Not by me, it's everybody wants it. I wish we made it faster because we could sell as much as we could make. And as you know, I had Lockheed and every one of the companies, all of the companies who are Raytheon as an example, Boeing. So many of those great companies are now building plants. They had big plants, but they were using them 24/7. I said, that's not the way to do it. You have to build more plants. You don't have to just go overtime. No tax on overtime. Remember that, please? No tax on overtime. Those people are happy. But they were doing literally 24 hours to get the Tomahawks done and the Patriots done and all of the other defensive and offensive equipment done. It's the most sought-after equipment in the world. You saw that with Venezuela, where they had a lot of great equipment. It wasn't ours, and it didn't work. Our equipment works, but we have to produce it faster for other countries. For everybody, including ourselves, we have to produce it faster. So we think within a year and a half max, we'll be, instead of waiting for a year or 2 years, we'll be having it on a 2-week wait, maybe a 1-week wait. That's what I want. And it'll do really well. A lot of people are, just waiting. They're waiting. They want to get this defensive equipment, maybe in particular the defensive equipment, but offensive and defense. As much of that money is being spent on American-made equipment. That's the money that the European and Canada are spending, European countries mostly, and Canada. And they're spending that with the United States, largely. And it's American-made, made in the USA, as we say. Weapons, munitions, supporting thousands of American jobs. This will increase. We have the highest number of jobs. Right now, we have the most people working in the United States that we've ever had in the history of our country. We have the biggest investment ever made, $19.2 trillion. That's 6 times more than we've ever had. Think of it, 6 times more. And what did that were tariffs. Without the tariffs, I think we would have done fine, like at about 2 or 3. The last administration had much less than $1 trillion invested for 4 years. We have $19.2 trillion invested in 1 year. We haven't gone into the extra almost a half a year, 1.5 years. Those numbers won't come out for a little while. So we have 19.2 trillion, not billion, not million, trillion with a T, invested in plants and equipment that's being built all over the country. Eli Lilly is building plants, big drug, Merck, all of them, the drug companies are building. The car companies are building like crazy. In fact, as you probably saw a big announcement yesterday, Toyota is leaving Mexico and they're going to build one of the biggest car manufacturing plants in the world in Texas. That's because of the tariffs, because we don't mind if you build in Mexico, but if you build in Mexico, you have to pay 25% tariff. If you build in Japan, or if you build in any place, now China is a much higher tariff. It's just 100% tariff because we don't want to lose our jobs. We don't want to have our workers lose their jobs. We have the largest number of plants being built for the most money ever in the history of our country. Car plants, AI plants, and all other plants, pharmaceutical plants, chips. We're not giving anything. All we're saying is, if you don't start, we'll give them a year and a half to 2 years to build their plant. If they don't have that, they have to pay 100%, 200%, even 250%. If they make a chip, or if they make a car, if they make pharmaceuticals. So the pharmaceutical companies are moving in at record levels. There's never been anything like what's happening. Let me put it a different way, put it here in a more broad fashion. There has never been anything like has happened with this country or any other country in the history of the world. There has never been growth. There's never been manufacturing plants being built. We have so many being built. And in the big ones, like AI, some of the AI, we let them build their own electric plants. We force them to build. We don't want it because the old grid that we have wouldn't be able to supply it. They need, just as an industry, more energy than the entire country produces right now, when you think of it, which is incredible. So take all of the energy that the United States produces and that one industry, which is so big, so powerful, it needs more than that. In fact, some people say almost double. So this was my idea. I said, you can never service that. You can't reinvigorate the grid. You can make it better, but nothing like that. You wouldn't be able to build. And we're leading China in AI, in just about everything. But we're leading China in AI. Even in TikTok, I was watching somebody say, oh, the TikTok deal, it's so bad well, because they say the deal was incredible, but they think the word that gets out is bad, except the numbers just came out, and I'm #1 on TikTok, and all I do is talk about communism, right? So it's sort of good. I used it to get elected, too. But, you have to get your word out. But the numbers came out just a little while ago, and I was #1, some ridiculous number. I never heard of numbers like that, but #1. And all these entertainers are number 27, 29. It's crazy. I don't even understand myself. But that means that my word's getting out about how great our country is, how successful our country is, and how bad communism is, and how bad these lunatics are that are running for election that don't sound good, don't think good, and don't look good. I don't see any looker. I don't see anybody with the look. You need the look, I guess. You need something, but they don't have it. And I think they'll fade fast. And it's not social democrats. This is not a social these are communists that are running. And they don't want God. They don't want successful things to happen for our country. They don't want to have a successful country. I think they're sort of crazy. As European nations rebuild their militaries, American equipment will be the largest beneficiary. The defense companies are going to be making most of that equipment. They want the American equipment because it works better. It's not a question of anything else. We make the best equipment in the world. And to that end, I provided other leaders with an update on the steps we're taking to rapidly scale up production in the United States. And they wanted to hear that because they don't really want to get it in 4 years, 5 years. They want to get it like in a week. And we'll actually be at a point like that in the not too distant future with the plants that are being built. The defense plants, it's incredible. Lockheed is building, I think, 5. Some of them are building 3, 4, or 5, and they're big ones. It's going to quadruple the output we have with the munitions and the basic equipment itself, whether it's a Patriot or Tomahawk missile, or any of the missiles that we make many missiles, different types, for different occasions. And just today at the summit, we announced $3 billion of new defense investments with U.S. companies. And Lockheed Martin will establish a world-class Patriot missile sustainment facility, a big deal in Europe. They're given a tremendous incentive by Europe to do that. All goes to the benefit of us and Europe because they're getting the best equipment. Northrop Grumman is moving forward with the sale of advanced American drone technology. We're actually the leader in drone tech. A lot of people don't know that. We have the most sophisticated drones in the world. And we're a real, I guess we're the leader, but we'll soon be the leader by many times over. And Lockheed and Rheinmetall are announcing a partnership to build the Army Tactical Missile Systems, which is a big deal. And Anduril is announcing a deal to build their new Barracuda missiles, which is a very highly sophisticated, fast missile, and we're doing that for Poland. Poland's doing very well, by the way, with a very, very good president, great president, I think. All of these agreements directly benefit the U.S. defense industry base, and what it really does is it means jobs. And again, I have to just say that when Toyota announced yesterday, I wasn't that surprised, but everybody wanted to get that. That's the largest, I think it's going to be the largest plant in the world, car plant, and they're moving into the United States. And again, they're doing that to avoid paying the tariff, because if you build your product here, you pay no tariff. If you don't, you pay a 25% tariff, depending, 35% sometimes 100%, 200%, depending on what the product is. As an example, we're doing great on steel because we charge tariffs. So now all of a sudden the steel industry, which was absolutely dead a few years ago, I revived it in my first term, pretty good. And then they blew it in the Biden term. What a shame. They just blew it right out the window. They had no idea what they were doing. And I quickly revived it at the beginning of this term, year and a half. And the steel business is through the roof. We don't even make aluminum anymore. Now we're going to have the largest aluminum plant in the world being built in Oklahoma. I love Oklahoma. 77 out of 77 counties, 3 times. And it's great. It's a great state. They're going to be building the largest aluminum plant in the entire world in Oklahoma. It's starting very soon. Over the course of the past 2 days, I had a number of excellent discussions with other leaders at the summit and held productive bilateral meetings with essentially all of them. We had dinner last night. Just about all of them were there. President Erdogan of Turkey, as well as President Zelensky, and he just came in, as you probably saw, had a little press conference, and also President al-Shara of Syria, who's doing an unbelievable job in unifying Syria. What a job he's doing. Syria was a mess with what happened with the previous government, you know that. Very dangerous place, and now it's just come together. He's done a fantastic job. People are talking about it. In every conversation, it was clear that America is back, and we're stronger and bigger and better than ever before. We have more jobs, as I said, than ever before. And we're respected again like maybe never before. We are so respected as a country. That's why I wish I told the Secretary General, Mark, I said, it's too bad the press could not see what's happening. Who knows? It was amazing, actually. The unity in that room was incredible. Really a love. It was sort of pretty wild. There was a love in that room that was great. So this was a tremendously successful summit. And again, I want to thank President Erdogan, Turkey, and President, so many of the presidents, prime ministers. They were all here from NATO, the NATO countries. And in particular, we have to thank the Secretary General Mark Rutte for doing a fantastic job. He really put on a tremendous, his was just something, he's a unifier. He's a tremendous unifier. So I could take a few questions. We've done a few of these already today, so I don't think we should take too many. I don't think we should take, wait. So we're going to keep it a little bit short, and I know a lot of you are going home. Some are going with me. So go ahead, please. Sir, yes. Yes. No. The gentleman right here. The very tall gentleman who's very insecure. He doesn't want to ask the question. He's a handsome guy, but he's very insecure. Go ahead. Do you want to shout it out? Give him a mic. How about giving him a mic? You shout it out.
And yet, the Iran war seems to be a strategic dead end for you. Why are you apparently unable to end the Iran war?
So I think we're doing just the opposite. The Iran war has been a tremendous military success. And, you know, I can only answer the question by saying they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. I think it's been, I was there for one reason, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I call it, we denuclearize Iran, and that's happened. They will never have a nuclear weapon. That stuff is so far down under a mountain. It's a granite mountain that collapsed on top of it. Take months to get it out. I think it's a tremendous success, Iran. And you see the oil prices are lower than they were when I started. And people like to say that, but look, they have no military left. Their Air Force is gone. As I said, their ships are gone. 159 ships are gone. They're at the bottom of the sea. Their radar is gone. Everything's gone. So when you say not a success, it's a tremendous success. The fake news likes to say how well they're doing. They're doing terribly. They have 350% inflation. When the war started, they had like 6%, 5%. They have, they want to make a deal, but they don't know how to make a deal. And then they go around shooting ships at night. I don't like that. You know, they're dealing with very fine people. They're dealing with Steve Witkoff. They're dealing with Jared Kushner and J.D. Vance. And they're dealing with Marco and Scott. They're dealing with great people. But I don't know. I think they're a little loco. They're a little crazy. But they told us they'd like to go to the funeral of a very, a person who was, killed a lot of people. Khomeini killed a lot of people over the years, and there for a long time. Don't forget, what we did should have been done 47 years ago. It could have been done any time within 40. This has gone on for, they were the bully of the Middle East. So they're a much different country. Now, in one day, all of their anti-aircraft things are gone. That doesn't mean they're not going to get a plane at some point. But all of it's gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone. They had leaders, they're gone. And they had another set of leaders, they're gone. Now they have another set of leaders, they may be gone. Who knows? And you know what? I may be gone too. Because I'm their number one target. It's out all over the place. I'm their number one, because they're scum. That's the way they act. And that's the way they've done it for 47 years. But I'm doing what's right for the country. I'm doing really what's right for the world. They have to be stopped. And they've killed thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. They killed 52,000 protesters over the last 3 months. So when you say we're not doing well, I think we're doing phenomenally well. Our military has been incredible. Plus, we had a blockade. Did we have a blockade? Did you ever see a blockade work that way? You know, for you that said we're not doing well there. We did great in Venezuela. That was a one-day war. And they're very good military. You know, it's a very military country. We took out one of the worst human beings in the world, Maduro, and he's in jail waiting for trial. But what he did to this country was incredible, including the fact, not only the drugs, but he had people pour into the country from prisons. They opened up their prisons. They allowed them to come in. We're getting them out. We're getting them all out. But we have, with the Biden open border policy, with Kamala as your border czar. Remember, she was a border czar, but she never called Border Patrol, never once, and she never went to the border. The border was a disaster. Now it's fixed. It's fixed where we have nobody, and I don't do these numbers. 0 people come in through our border, through our southern border. 0. And that's been announced now every month for the last 12 months. 0. We had millions of people come in, under 25 million people, I think more than that under Biden. And they weren't people that you want, and for the most part, they were drug dealers. They were escaped from, think of it, all the prisons, and I'm not just talking about from South America, I'm talking about from the Congo, I'm talking about from all over the world. The prisons were emptied out. They were emptied out into our country. But they had the worst murderers. They had We had people allowed in our country that should never, and they walked in through an open border policy. And all I'm saying is that you're lucky we won this election. Yeah, please. Go ahead. Go ahead. No. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Iris Tao.
Who you with?
NTD
Why don't you say your
Television.
name and who you're with? It's always helpful.
Thank you, Mr. President, for doing this. Iris Tao with NTD, with a sister media with the Epoch Times.
Okay.
On communism, you've been issuing a wake-up call to Americans at home about the dangers of communism. And now
Yeah.
you're speaking on the world stage. What's your message to people both living under communist and socialist regimes, but also people living under democracies like in Europe and America who might not have realized how close communism has come to home?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. But look, I want to get the word out because what's forming is communism in the country. And communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with Lenin. I'd be as good as anybody. You've got free rent for the rest of your life. What they don't say is that you'll be living in squalor in 12 months. You've got a free house. Would anybody like to have a free house? We'll take it away from somebody. We'll give it to you. You'll have murders all over the place. Communism's a disaster. It's been proven to be for thousands of years under different names, but same thing. It's very important. And, you know, it's funny. One of the reasons I do so well with Hispanic people, I set a record, Republicans. I get great numbers for the election, helped me get elected in a landslide. The Hispanics, because a lot of them came from countries that were essentially communist. You know, whether you call them radical socialist or communist is not that much, but there is a little difference. When they say social democrats, we're social democrats, it sounds so nice. It's not nice, it's a very dangerous term. So I do talk about it, and I talk about it on TikTok, and I talk about it everywhere. I talk about it here. And you're right, it has become international, but it's never worked, and it's not going to work. What is working is the United States. So think of it, we have more jobs than we've ever had. People are making more money than they've ever made. I'm talking about workers now. I'm talking about workers. They're making higher salaries than they've ever made before. It's just the best system, and it's got flaws, but everything's going to have a little flaw, but it's been amazing. And when I watch what's happening, and I see these lowlifes getting, I mean, they're lowlifes. I watch them. I know good people. I know quality people. These are essentially lowlifes. And when I see what they're talking, I think they're very dangerous in many ways. And I've said it, and then I said, boy, that's a pretty big statement. Then I realized, you know, a couple of people said, I think you're probably right. I think this country, with this thing that's going around, is in more danger than it was during World War I, World War II. If you talk about September 11th, if you talk about Pearl Harbor, that was big danger. I think the concept of us going communist, because one thing that happens when you go communist, you never come back, never comes back. You die in squalor. You die a horrible death. You die in squalor, and it gets very evil and very nasty. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, Tyler Pager with the New York Times. Last month you said Iranian leaders were very rational people, nice people to deal with, strong people, smart people. Today you said they were scum, sick people, and being led by sick people. What changed, and do you think they're
I got to know them. So
I've
said that about a lot. Now, when you say rational, I think they're much more rational than level 1, level 2. Level 1 is gone, level 2 is gone. This is level 3. I think they are more rational, but based on their actions over the last week or two, they're not doing a service to the people. And I think more than anything else is I got to know them. And I'm not sure I want to make a deal with them. We can play games, but I'm not sure I want to make a deal. Let's just finish the job. Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Steve Sedgwick from CNBC. The oil markets are up today, around about 7% for WTI and Brent as well. The world is taking you at your word, sir, that the MOU is over, that the ceasefire is over. What happens next, sir? Are we on the cusp of a full-scale return to full conflict?
I'll tell you what happens next. We're never going to see Iran have a nuclear weapon because that's much more important than the numbers you're talking about. The prices of oil are dropping like a rock. Now they'll be up a little bit, and this will end very quickly. We have an oil glut right now because we got all those boats out of the strait, and it's going to drop, and I've predicted everything. I've been right about everything, and I have been for a long time. That's how I got to be president 3 times. That's how I won 3 elections. I did very well in the second one, won it. It was a rigged election. But I've been right, and oil's coming down. Now, I have to make sure of one thing, that we don't have lunatics having control over nuclear weapons. So we have that now. There's no way they have a nuclear weapon. We have cameras, as an example, on the site that those beautiful B-2s at 1 o'clock in the morning 10 months ago blew up. They blew it up. We have cameras, that's called Space Force, if they're in space. But we have cameras that can read the badge of the person going over to a site. Mohammed something. We say it's Mohammed something is there with shovels. Well, shovels won't get you there. The biggest machinery in the world probably won't get you there, if you want to know the truth. It's way, way below. But we're watching that. And if anybody goes there, they get blown up. So nobody's going to touch that. Eventually, we'll take it. But what we do have is we have that. That's gone. If we wouldn't have had that, they would have had a nuclear weapon, and they would have wiped out Israel. If I weren't president, Israel wouldn't exist. And we did it 2 times. When the JCPOA, the Obama deal, when that was originally conceived, everything went to Iran. 1.7 billion in cash, hundreds of billions of dollars. They thought they could buy peace with these people. You can't do that. So the big thing we have is more important than anything we can talk about is you can't let lunatics have nuclear weapons, and we've stopped that. And that should have been stopped on a couple of other occasions too with different countries, but they didn't do that. Yeah, please.
Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I'd like you to address speculation that you're leaving Ankara not in the new Air Force One because of security concerns involving Iran. You've spoken today twice about them possibly assassinating you and possibly being successful. Did that concern have something to do with
Well, I speak about it a lot because, you know, the life of a president is very dangerous. It's 5.2%. You know what a race car driver is? 1/10 of 1%. A bull rider, that looks pretty dangerous to me. It's 1/10 of 1%. No, it's 5.2% is you don't make it. You should have told me you're an excellent reporter. You should have told me that years ago. Maybe I wouldn't have run. It's a very dangerous profession. No, I'm #1 on the kill list for Iran. They're lovely people. I'm #1. So I don't know. I can't tell you that, but I don't really care because I'm doing my job and I'm doing it, I hope, better than anybody's ever done it because we have a country that's hot and really, really successful. But I mention it only because it's on the list. I mean, it came out. There was another list came out yesterday, and I'm #1 on. I like being #1 on TikTok better, but I'm #1 on the list for killing. Go ahead.
Hey, Sean McCreesh, New York Times. But why aren't you flying the new plane home?
Say what?
Why aren't you flying on the new Air Force One home?
It's flying to Europe, to one of the big bases, 2 or 3 of the big bases, where we can show it to the people. And we'll be going home by normal methods. But we have it going to Europe to a couple of bases, actually 1 in particular, but it's going to go to a couple of bases, stop, so the soldiers can see it because it's truly magnificent. Yeah, please. Go ahead. You want to go? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. President, Harici Media, Tunç Akkoç, Türkiye. Mr. President, it seems that the war with Iran may start again. What do you expect from your European allies?
No, I don't think it's going to start again. I think it's going to go very quickly. They hit a couple of ships, and so we hit them much harder. When they hit, we hit 10 times harder. You know, we hit much harder than they do. We have a lot better equipment than they do. We may even, somebody asked before, do you think you'll hit them tonight? I said, we might, yeah, we might. But when they hit, we hit, you know. It's what we use their language, we speak their language. No, I don't think so. I think anything that happens is going to be over very quickly. And we'll only make it safer, including for oil. Oil is going to be very free, very easy, and it's going to happen very fast. We have the Hormuz Strait, the boats have pulled out. I mean, there's a gusher of oil right now. We have a lot of oil. And no, anything that happens is going to happen very fast. We're not looking for long term. Okay, go ahead, Red.
You said today, Ines de la Cuetara with MS Now, you said today that countries...
You're with who?
MS Now.
MS Now, that's a failing network. Why would you want to work for them? MS Now, can you imagine? They wanted to get away. They took the name NBC because they were embarrassed by it. Go ahead, let's go. When do you hear this question?
You said today that countries like Spain, Italy, and the UK were not there for the U.S. and its war with Iran. Should those countries be attacked, will the U.S. be there for them?
Well, I'll tell you what. Number one, Spain has been very bad, but, you know, Italy's been good, and almost all of the countries have been good. They just had a bad moment. They didn't help us. We didn't need their help, but if we would have wanted their help, I said, by the way, if I want help, Sir would rather remain on the sidelines, and I didn't like that answer. UK gave an answer that was sort of weirder than that. They went out. I said, would you like to help? They said, we do, but we want to wait till the war is over. This was not in the spirit of Winston Churchill. So, yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, I can only say if there's one word that comes out of today, it's unification. I've never seen anything like it. Every one of those countries, they love us, they love each other. That was tremendous unification. It was a nice thing to say, and it was a very fair question, too. Yeah. Green? Yeah, you're wearing green, right?
Thank you, Mr. President. Eda Turul from Haber Global TV, Turkey. Mr. President, after your meeting with President Erdogan, can you tell us whether you and President Erdogan reach an understanding on Turkey's return to the F-35 program and the future of U.S.-Turkey defense cooperation? And do you believe U.S.-Turkey relations are entering a new chapter right now?
Well, I had a great relationship in my first term. You remember Pastor Brunson, and he was put in jail for 35 years, and I called. He was an evangelical hero, actually, very good man. And I called President Erdogan, and he let him out. I didn't pay anything like Obama and Biden pay billions of dollars all the time. I never paid any for anybody. I just tell them, let him out. Let him out. But in this case, I didn't say it the second way. I said it the first way. I said, look, he's a good man. He's highly respected in the evangelical, and I'd like you to let him out. And he was in my office, in the Oval Office the following day, Pastor Brunson. I had a great relationship. When Sleepy Joe Biden got in, bad things happened with a lot of things between the border. Everything was bad. We were laughed at all over the world, and we had a very bad relationship with a lot of countries. I think Turkey was one of those countries. But that changed on November 5th when we had the election. And it's one of our best relationships. We have a great relationship. And they're talking about the F-35 airplane. And it's the best plane, and everybody wants it. And we have to make a decision who we give it to. I mean, my inclination, because he stayed out of, he's not a huge fan of Bibi, and he's not a huge fan of Israel, but he stayed out of that war. He could have gone into that war very easily, and he didn't. At my request, he stayed out of that war. He's been a very good ally. I mean, Marco could tell you we have a very strong relationship with Turkey. You know, it's a very big country. It's a very powerful, militarily, it's the second most powerful country in NATO. It's a NATO country. So whether or not we do that, I haven't totally made up my mind, but my inclination is to say, look, he's done everything. He's helped us in so many different ways. And you know who else has been good to us? China. China never came into the war. They get 50% of their oil from Hormuz Strait. They never came into the war. They never said, I'm going to send a ship in 5 destroyers along each side of the ship. They never did. No, President Xi's been great. Everyone's been sort of great, to be honest. You know why? Because they respect our country again. They laughed at our country. They thought we were a bunch of fools. They saw a president that couldn't talk, he couldn't walk. He was a disaster. They lost respect for our country, but now they have more respect for our country than they've ever had before. Thank you all very much. We'll see you back. Thank you very much, everybody.
Basın mensupları, değerli misafirler, hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, sizlere en kalbi duygularımla, hürmetle, muhabbetle selamlıyorum. Cumhurbaşkanlığı Külliye'mize, milletin evine hepiniz hoş geldiniz. NATO, Ankara Devlet ve Hükümet Başkanları 36. zirvesi vesilesiyle sizlerle beraber olmaktan büyük bir memnuniyet duyuyorum. Toplantımızı teşrifleriniz için her birinize ayrı ayrı teşekkür ediyorum. Ülkemizde 22 yıl aradan sonra ikinci, başkentimizde ise ilk defa tertiplediğimiz NATO zirve toplantımızı az önce başarıyla tamamladık. Avrupa Atlantik güvenliğinin sınandığı bir dönemde ev sahipliği yaptığımız bu tarihi zirve, ortak geleceğimize yön verecek nitelikte icra edilmiştir. İttifak içinde Avrupalı müttefiklerin daha fazla sorumluluk üstleneceği, adil bir külfet paylaşımı suretiyle askeri kapasitelerimizin tahkim edileceği, daha güçlü bir NATO'nun temellerini Ankara'da atmış bulunuyoruz. Öncelikle bir hususu burada ifade etmek isterim. Türkiye olarak Soğuk Savaş sonrası dönemin barış hasılasından Avrupalı dostlarımız kadar istifade edemedik. Birçok kriz ve çatışma bizim çevremizde yaşandı. Terör başta olmak üzere etrafımızdaki tehditlere karşı mücadele ettik. Yalnız bırakıldığımız, haksızlığa uğradığımız dönemler oldu. Dolayısıyla çoğu zaman kendi göbeğimizi kendimiz kesmek zorunda kaldık. Ama bugün savunma harcamaları, askeri yetenekler ve buna zemin oluşturan savunma sanayimiz bakımından birçok müttefiğe kıyasla hayli ilerideyiz. Değerli arkadaşlar, zirvemizde geçtiğimiz yıl Lahey'de verilen taahhütlerin hayata geçirilmesi üzerinde durduk. Genel Sekreter Sayın Rutte de müttefiklerin sağladığı ilerlemeyi rakamlarla ortaya koydu. İttifaka yönelik çok boyutlu ve tedricen artırılacak katkılarımızı da bu vesileyle somutlaştırdık. NATO Ankara zirvesinde müttefiklerin dayanışma ruhu çok açık biçimde tezahür etti. Zirveye tüm müttefikler lider düzeyinde iştirak ettiler. Bunu Türkiye'ye duyulan güvenin ve diplomasimizin saygınlığının yeni bir ispatı olarak görüyoruz. Biliyorsunuz Başkan Trump da zirveye katılımında ülkemizin ev sahipliğinin belirleyici olduğunu vurgulamıştı. Şahsi dostluğumuzun altını çizmesi ayrıca anlamlıydı. Bizim için kıymetliydi. Hassasiyetinden ötürü değerli dostuma bir kez daha teşekkür ediyorum. Değerli basın mensupları, Türkiye olarak 1952 yılından beri ittifakın üyesiyiz. Ama biz sadece kara kuvvetlerinin tarihi 2235 yılı geçen tarihi şanlı zaferlerle ilmek ilmek dokunmuş büyük bir milletiz. NATO'ya üye olmakla ittifaka yalnızca 3 kıtanın kalbinde yer alan jeostratejik konumumuzu değil, aynı zamanda 2000 yıldır cenk meydanlarında olgunlaşan işte bu savaş sanatımızı da kazandırdık. Gözbebeğimiz olan Türk Silahlı Kuvvetleri, milli güvenliğimize yönelik her türlü tehdidi kaynağında bertaraf edecek kuvvet ve kudrete sahiptir. Halihazırda NATO'nun ikinci büyük kara ordusunu sevk ve idare ediyoruz. 10 yıllardır NATO'nun Güneydoğu kanadının güvenliği önemli ölçüde ülkemize emanet edilmiştir. Türkiye bu emanete hakkıyla sahip çıkmıştır. İttifak bünyesindeki görevlerini her zaman layıkıyla yerine getiren, bu uğurda elini taşın altına koyan, gerektiğinde bedel ödeyen bir müttefik olduk. NATO'nun harekat ve misyonları ile ortak fonlarına en fazla katkı veren ülkeler arasındayız. İttifakın kolektif savunmayı tekrar merkeze alan bu yeni döneminde adil külfet paylaşımı konusunda daha fazla sorumluluk üstlenmeye hazırız. F-16 uçaklarımız Ağustos ayından itibaren NATO hava polisliği misyonu kapsamında Estonya'da konuşlanacak. Kosova'daki NATO KFOR harekatının Ekim ayında üstlendiğimiz komutasını 2026 Eylül sonuna kadar sürdüreceğiz. 2028-2029 yıllarında ittifak mukabele kuvvetine komuta edeceğiz. Daha burada sayamayacağımız nice misyona ciddi katkılar sunuyoruz. Zirve vesilesiyle Türkiye ile Birleşik Krallık arasında imzalanan güvenlik ve savunma ortaklığı belgesi bu bakımdan mühimdir. Harcanan rakamlar, savunmaya ayrılan kaynaklar elbette önemlidir. Fakat gerçek caydırıcılığı 3 boyutlu derinlik, yani üstün teknoloji, yeterli ölçek ve sürdürülebilir üretim oluşturur. Yeni dönemde bu kabiliyetler hem caydırıcılığın hem de dayanıklılığın en güçlü saç ayakları olacaktır. Ülkemizin savunma sanayi alanında son 23 yılda gerçekleştirdiği büyük atılım herkesin malumudur. Türkiye olarak kendi savaş uçağını, kendi tankını, kendi gemilerini üreten, kendi hava savunma sistemlerini geliştiren ender müttefiklerden biriyiz. İnsansız hava araçlarında, deniz araçlarında, savaş gemilerinde dünyada üst sıralarda yer alıyoruz. Bir yandan ordumuzu yerli kabiliyetlerle teçhiz ederken, diğer yandan da ihraç ettiğimiz savunma sanayi ürünleriyle müttefiklerimize destek oluyoruz. Değerli basın mensupları, bu sabahki konuşmamda da ifade ettim. Avrupa Birliği'nin savunma alanındaki girişimleri NATO'yu tamamlayıcı olmalı ve gereksiz tekrarlara yol açmamalıdır. Bu önemli hususu her fırsatta, her zeminde müttefiklerimizin ve Avrupa Birliği liderliğinin dikkatine getiriyorum. Şurası bir hakikat ki, Türkiye gibi Avrupa Birliği üyesi olmayan müttefikler, birliğin savunma alanındaki teşebbüslerine tam olarak dahil edilmediğinde bu girişimlerin etkileri çok sınırlı olacaktır. Diğer yandan müttefikler arasında savunma sanayi ürünlerinin ticaretine yönelik bazı engellemeler her ne kadar azalmış olsa da halen devam ediyor. Bunların amasız ve fakatsız biçimde bir an önce kaldırılması gerekiyor. Bu hususa zirve bildirisinde de özel olarak vurgu yapılmasını sağladık. Şunun altını bir kez daha çizmek durumundayım. NATO birbirine bağımlı ülkelerin değil, birbirine güç katan müttefiklerin ittifakı olmalıdır. Zirve kapsamında ev sahipliği yaptığımız Savunma Sanayi Forumu vesilesiyle NATO'nun savunma sektörü ile daha sıkı işbirlikleri geliştirmesine dair Ankara stratejisi müttefiklerce kabul edildi. Kıymetli misafirler, terörizm NATO'ya yönelik iki ana tehditten biridir. Son dönemdeki tüm zirvelerimizde bu hususta atılabilecek adımları ele aldık. Ankara zirvemizde de terörle mücadelede müttefiklerin samimi bir dayanışma içinde olmalarının önemini bir kere daha vurguladık. Görüşmelerimizde Ukrayna'da 5. yılına giren savaşın etkilerini de ele aldık. Artık bir yıpratmaya yönelik bu muharebede savaş her ay on binlerce zayiat verilen bir kıyım makinasına dönüşmüştür. Türkiye olarak savaşın başından beri çözüm için diyalog ve diplomasiyi işaret ettik. Bu ilkeli hem de bu sabah belirttiğim üzere müttefiklerimiz çok iyi biliyor. Bugün bir kez daha şu çağrıyı yapmak istiyorum. Adil bir barışın kaybedeni olmaz. Tarafları Türkiye'de yeniden bir araya getirmeye hazır olduğumuzu tekrar ifade ediyorum. Bugün ayrıca Orta Doğu'da yaşanan güncel gelişmeleri de değerlendirdik. Bizim de her aşamasına destek verdiğimiz İslamabad mutabakatını büyük bir memnuniyetle karşıladık. Müzakere sürecinin zorluklarının elbette farkındayız. Burada önemli olan çözüm iradesinin mutlaka korunmasıdır. Gel gitler yaşansa dahi neticede aklı selimin galip geleceğine inanıyorum. Dünyanın beklentisi de barışa fırsat tanınmasıdır. Şu gerçeği burada dikkatinize getirmekte fayda görüyorum. Bir tarafta barış umutları yeşermekteyken öte tarafta 2 Mart'tan bu yana 5000'e yakın insanın hayatını kaybettiği Lübnan'a yönelik saldırılar halen durmuyor. İnsanlar göçe zorlanıyor. Şehirler yıkılıyor. Lübnan toprakları adım adım gasp ediliyor. Aynı şekilde çoğu çocuk ve kadın 73.000 masumun katledildiği Gazze'de işgal ve zulüm hız kesmeden sürüyor. Kendi güvenliğini bölgenin istikrarsızlık içinde olmasında görenler en küçük bir barış ışıltısını bile söndürmeye çalışıyor. Bu savaş bağımlısı zihniyete prim verilmemesi gerektiğini altını bir kez daha çiziyorum. Bölgemizin şu anda ne yeni bir gerilime ne yeni bir çatışmaya tahammülü var. Tam tersine insanlık olarak hava gibi, su gibi hepimiz barışa, huzura, istikrara ihtiyaç duyuyoruz. Değerli basın mensupları, ülkemize ayrıca resmi ziyaret gerçekleştiren Sayın Trump başta olmak üzere liderlerle ikili ve bölgesel meselelere ilişkin görüş alışverişinde bulunduk. Zirve marjında Bulgaristan, Kanada, Finlandiya, Fransa, İtalya, Almanya, Birleşik Krallık liderleriyle de görüşmeler gerçekleştirdik. Suriye Cumhurbaşkanı Sayın Şara da Ankara'daydı. Bu akşam Avrupa Birliği liderliğiyle çalışma yemeğinde bir araya geleceğiz. Yarın da Karadağ, Slovakya ve Arnavutluk liderlerini ağırlayacağız. Malumunuz önümüzdeki yıl Türkiye'nin NATO üyeliğinin 75. yıl dönümünü, bu anlamlı yıl dönümünün arefesinde Ankara'da NATO zirvesine ev sahipliği yapmaktan duyduğum memnuniyeti bir kez daha vurgulamak istiyorum. Zirve hazırlıkları bağlamında yakın işbirliği içinde olduğumuz NATO Genel Sekreteri Sayın Rutte ve ekibiyle zirvemizin başarıyla icra edilmesi için günlerdir büyük bir özveriyle çalışan görevlilerimizi tebrik ediyorum. Türkiye'nin büyüklüğünü, Türk milletinin misafirperverliğini dünyaya bir kez daha gösteren tüm Ankaralı kardeşlerime en kalbi şükranlarımı sunuyorum. İnşallah 2026 yılı bitmeden 2 büyük zirveye daha ev sahipliği yapacağız. 29-30 Ekim tarihlerinde Türk Devletleri Teşkilatımızın 13. Liderler Zirvesini yine burada, başkentimiz Ankara'da gerçekleştireceğiz. Hemen ardından 9-20 Kasım sırası arasında COP31 iklim zirvesini Antalya'da tertipleyeceğiz. Bu düşüncelerle Ankara zirvemizin hayırlara vesile olmasını diliyor. Dünyanın dört bir yanından gelen siz basın mensuplarına ilginiz için teşekkür ediyor. Şimdi sözü sizlere bırakıyorum.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı Rüya Akkuş, F-35'lerin bizim filomuza katılmasıyla ilgili yapmış olduğunuz açıklama uluslararası medyada özellikle geniş bir yankı uyandırdı ama ben size iki açıklamadan bahsetmek istiyorum. Biri İsrail Başbakanı'na ait, şöyle söyledi: Türkiye'ye F-35 satılmamasını istedi ve aynı zamanda bunun bilhassa Türkiye'nin ağır emellerini gerçekleştirmesi için imkan sağlayacağını söyledi. Bu da değil sadece. Bir diğer açıklamada bizim NATO müttefikimizden geldi. Mitsotakis bir açıklama yaptı. Yine aynı şekilde F-35'lerin satılmasını istemediğini belirterek bir yandan da şunu söyledi. Devam eden karasuları tartışması üzerinden ülkemiz Türkiye tarafından ağır savaş tehdidi altındadır dedi. Her iki açıklamayı nasıl değerlendiriyorsunuz ve bu diplomatik çıkış açısından bakacak olursak F-35 sürecini sizce bir sıkıntıya sokar mı? Teşekkürler.
Her iki açıklamanın da benim dünyamda yeri yok. Zira Netanyahu'nun hangi sularda yüzdüğü belli. Mitsotakis'in böyle bir yanlışa düşmemesi gerekirdi. Zira biz Sayın Mitsotakis'in Yunanistan için almış olduğu savunma araçlarına niçin bunları aldın veya niçin bunları alıyorsun diye bir düşünce bugüne kadar serdettik mi? Hayır. Halbuki bizim kapı komşumuz. Bu tür şeyleri söyleme imkanımız da olabilirdi. Ama gerek yok. Alabilir de, satabilir de. Türkiye ise şu anda bunları zaten üretiyor. Üretmenin yanında da tabii ki alma hakkına da sahiptir. Ve bizler de bunun görüşmelerini dünyanın değişik ülkeleriyle yapıyoruz. Adımlarımızı da buna göre atıyoruz. Kırmızılı.
Teşekkürler Hümeyra Pamuk, Reuters. Efendim 2 sorum olacak size. Trump ilk günlerde sizinle görüşmesinde F-35 ile ilgili olumlu bir takım sinyaller verdi. Ancak az önce basın toplantısında henüz tamamen kararımı vermedim dedi. Size ne söyledi F-35 ile ilgili? İkinci sorum da Türkiye'nin F-35 alabilmesi için Amerikan yasasında S-400'lerin sahipliğinde olmaması gerekiyor diye bir ifade var. Türkiye bu yasanın bu gereğini yerine getirmek için S-400'leri ne yapacak? Rusya'ya geri mi verecek? Başka bir ülkeye mi konuşlandıracak? Çok teşekkürler.
Ben teşekkür ediyorum. Bizi izlemeye devam edin.
Esra Aydoğdu, Sabah Dijital. Çelik Kubbe projesine tahsis edilen 24 milyar dolarlık devasa bütçe Türkiye'nin hava savunma mimarisinde tam bağımsızlık hedefinde nedenli kararlı olduğunu gösteriyor. Bu vizyoner adımını sadece Türkiye'nin güvenliğini değil aslında tüm NATO'nun hava savunma kapasitesini nasıl bir üst lige taşıyacak ve müttefiklerimizin projeye olan ilgisini siz nasıl değerlendiriyorsunuz? Teşekkürler.
Çelik Kubbe projesi aynı zamanda NATO'nun bulunduğumuz bölgelerdeki en güçlü bir bilek güreşidir. Bütün adımlarımızı attık ve Çelik Kubbe'de de şu anda Türkiye biliyorsunuz her geçen gün mesafe alıyor. Nitekim bunların da zaman zaman sergilenmesini de yaptık, yapıyoruz ve yapacağız. Birilerinin elinde farklı kubbeler varsa bizde de çelik kubbe var.
Azeri Press Ajansı Darya Nur Cafarova. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, acaba Donald Trump'la görüşmenizde Kafkasya konu oldu mu?
Nasıl?
Güney Kafkasya, Donald Trump'la görüşmenizde acaba bir müzakere konusu oldu mu? Güney Kafkasya'da barış.
O gündemimize gelmedi ama her an telefonla yine Sayın Trump'la bu tür konuların görüşmesini de yaparız.
Teşekkürler.
Yunanistan. Görüyorsun, gözlerinden tanırız.
Sağ olun Sayın Başkanım. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, Sayın Mitsotakis yaklaşık 2 saat önce A Haber'e bir mülakatta bulunduk bu açıklamalardan sonra. Deniz yetki alanları meselesini çözmemiz gerekiyor Türkiye'de dedi. Olumlu mesajlar da verdi. Yapıcı ve verimli bir dönemden geçiyoruz. Siz az önce NATO'nun 75. yılından bahsettiniz. Sağlam temelleri atıldığını bahsettiniz. Yunanistan'la Türkiye 2 NATO üyesi ülke. Siz yıllardır Türkiye yönetiyorsunuz. Mitsotakis 7 yıldır. Görüştünüz. Birçok kez burada da görüştünüz. Türk-Yunan ilişkilerinde artık yeni bir adım ne olabilir? Artık sürekli var olan sorunlar var 50 yıldır. Siz çok kez uğraştınız. Bir sonuca henüz ulaşılamadı. Sadece sakin sular söz konusu. Sorun bu. Bir de ikinci sorum. Sayın Trump'la ruhban okulu meselesi gündeme geldi mi? Bu konuda bir adım atmayı planlıyor musunuz? Teşekkür ederim.
Hayır, gündeme gelmedi. Ancak Mitsotakis'le özellikle Ege Denizi sorunlarını çözme konusundaki düşünceyi ben de aynen paylaşıyorum. İnşallah birinci derecede Dışişleri Bakanlarımız, daha sonra gerekirse biz de masaya oturur ve bu konuyu görüşürüz. Ama şunu açık ve net söyleyeyim ki o suların sorununu çözmek birinci derecede liderlerin görevidir. Bu konuda aynı düşünceyi ben de paylaşıyorum.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum Nur Özkan Erbay, Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım.
Kaptı.
Özür dilerim. Kalkmış bulundum. Evet. Efendim, şahsınızla müsemma hale gelmiş Türkiye'nin barış inşacısı ve dünyada istisnai bir arabuluculuğu mevcut ve bu sizin lider diplomasiniz sayesinde gerçekleşiyor ve Sayın Trump başta olmak üzere NATO ve Avrupa, ABD ve NATO arasındaki ihtilaflı alanlarda dahi sizin olduğunuz mecralarda olmak istediğini ifade ediyor her biri. Dolayısıyla önümüzdeki dönemde NATO zirvesinden itibaren aslında müttefikler arasında çıkarlar ve tehditler bakımından bir takım farklılıklar da olduğu gözleniyor. Özellikle Rusya, Ukrayna ve İran konusunda. Biraz önce Amerikan Başkanı Trump basın toplantısında sürekli bu konuları gündeme getirdi. Bu konuda sizin liderlik vizyonunuzun önünde, arabuluculuk misyonunuzun önünde Türkiye'nin yeni test alanları olacak mıdır NATO ittifakı açısından? Teşekkür ederim.
Sağ ol. Daha adil bir dünya mümkün. Ona çalışmamız gerekiyor. Onun için de hep birlikte düşünen, uygulayan ve bu konuda adımları atması gereken her siyasetçi bu sorunu çözmek için kararlı yürüyüşünü sürdürmeli. Ben bu çözülemez demem. Tam aksine çözeriz diyorum. Hep birlikte bu adımı inşallah atacağız. İşte bu adımı atması gerekenlerin içerisinde başta Sayın Trump olmak üzere tüm dünyadaki siyasetçilerin bu konuya yürek koyması lazım, el vermesi lazım ve derdi barış olanlar bu işe her türlü katkıyı vermeli.
A Haber Televizyon kanalından Hatice Kübra Bal. Efendim, Sayın Trump aslında uçaktan ilk indiği andan itibaren hep yanınızdaydı. Pek çok kez ayaküstü sohbet de gerçekleştirdiniz. Hem de dün kapsamlı bir basın toplantısı da gerçekleştirdiniz. Ardından da bir görüşme gerçekleştirdiniz. Peki masada hangi başlıklar vardı? Kapsamlı bir şekilde hangi konular, hangi dosyalar ele alındı? Bir de zirve marjında görüşmeler de gerçekleştirdiniz. Size geri dönüşler oldu mu? Ankara zirvesini nasıl bulmuşlar liderler?
Sayın Trump'la özellikle başkanlık makamında yaptığımız basın toplantımız çok geniş çerçeve bir basın toplantısıydı. Sen de bir basın mensubu olarak basın mensubu arkadaşlarımla bunları konuşmanda fayda var. Ne konuştular, ne yaptılar. Ama gerek Sayın Trump, gerekse şahsım bu sorular karşısında gerekli olan her türlü cevabı verdik. Ama çok çok verimli bir toplantı oldu ve Sayın Trump da o basın toplantısından çıktığımızda çok mutlu çıktı.
Teşekkür ederim. Batı Kanaltaş, Milliyet.com.tr. Türkiye'nin İHA SİHA teknolojilerindeki tecrübesini aktarmak üzere NATO'ya akredite etmeyi planladığı insansız sistemlere karşı koyma mükemmeliyet merkezi teklifi müttefikler tarafından nasıl karşılandı? Bu merkezin özellikle Karadeniz ve Ege'deki deniz hava dronu tehditlerine karşı ittifakın stratejisini nasıl şekillendirmesi öngörülüyor?
Biraz ses sıkıntılı geldi.
Türkiye'nin İHA SİHA teknolojilerindeki tecrübesini aktarmak üzere NATO'ya akredite etmeyi planladığı insansız sistemlere karşı koyma mükemmelliyet merkezi teklifi müttefikler tarafından nasıl karşılandı?
Tabii bunu şu anda bu mükemmeliyet merkezleriyle ilgili çalışmaların içinde olanlar gerekli cevabı gerekli zamanlarda veriyorlar. Ve bu konuda da Türkiye olarak biz belli bir imkana, belli bir güce sahibiz ve gerek gücümüzü, gerekse imkanımızı, gerekse bu mükemmeliyet merkezlerimizin çalışmasını ve bunların artışını da tüm dünyaya gösteriyoruz, göstereceğiz. Bunun için Baykar önemli bir adım ve bu süreç devam ediyor. Çok ciddi dünyadan siparişler alıyorlar, almaya devam ediyorlar. Demek ki insansız hava araçlarımız, İHA'lar, SİHA'lar dünyada karşılık buldu.
Çağla Çınar, TRT World. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı, Amerikan Başkanı Donald Trump'ın ülkemize gerçekleştirdiği bu kritik ziyaretin ardından iki ülke ilişkilerinde yeni bir sayfanın açılması bekleniyor. Bu ziyaretin ardından ticaret, savunma sanayi ve bölgesel güvenlik alanlarında somut olarak hangi adımların atılmasını bekliyoruz? Ayrıca önümüzdeki dönemde Türk-Amerikan ilişkilerinde en öncelikli ortaklık alanının hangisi olmasını bekliyorsunuz? Teşekkürler.
Öncelikle tabii ki savunma sanayi önemli adımlardan bir tanesi. Ama bunun yanında ekonomik ilişkiler çok önemli. Bu ekonomik ilişkilerimizi Amerika ile geliştirmek ülkemizin ciddi manada menfaatinedir. Ve bu konuyu aynen Amerika da kabul ediyor. Ve bu süreci bu şekilde devam ettireceğiz. Bu ikili görüşmelerimizde gerek Sayın Başkan gerekse bizler bu konularda mutabıkız. İşte en önemlisi az önce de gündeme geldi. F-35 konusu. F-35 konusunda da Sayın Trump aslında Türkiye'ye yönelik olumlu bir yaklaşımın içerisinde. İnşallah F-35'lerin Türkiye'ye teslimi gerçekleştiği anda da bütün dünya Amerika verdiği sözü tuttu diyecek. Sen sordun demin.
Ben sanırım. Fadime Özkan, Star Gazetesi. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, Türkiye NATO'ya ikinci kez ev sahipliği yapıyor. 2004'te sizin iktidarınızın ikinci yılında İstanbul'da bir zirve yapılmıştı. Şimdi 2026'da Ankara'da. Başkentte ağırladınız NATO müttefiklerini. Benim sorum şu, bir hafta sonra biliyorsunuz 15 Temmuz'un yıl dönümü, 10. yılını anacağız. Türkiye'nin savunma sanayi, ordusu, güçlü yapısı, bunları konuşuyoruz ama Türk demokrasisinin geldiği yer bakımından da demokrasinin kadim ve kavim bir şekilde tesis edilebilmesi için de Türkiye büyük mücadeleler verdi. İşte en son 15 Temmuz'da şehitler vererek Türkiye'yi vesayet odaklarından, ajan örgütlerinden temizlemeyi başardık. Ben sizden aslında tam da bunu, yani bu 2004'ten 2026'ya Türkiye'nin demokrasi açısından ve elbette savunma sanayi ordusu bakımından geldiği yeri değerlendirmenizi ama özellikle 15 Temmuz bağlamında değerlendirmenizi rica edeceğim.
15 Temmuz konusunda aslında terörsüz Türkiye sürecini hükümetimiz başardı. Şu anda artık Güneydoğu'da, doğuda çobanlarımız yaylada. Çobanlarımız yaylada rahatlıkla yaylak yapıyor. Sürülerini otlatıyor. Ve bakıyorsunuz yavrularına o sürüleri teslim edebiliyor. Böyle bir gündemi artık yakaladık. Aynı şekilde nehirlerde, ırmaklarda herkes yüzebiliyor. Bugünlere geldik. Bölgede toplantılarımızı, mitinglerimizi en geniş anlamda yapıyoruz, yapabiliyoruz. Demek ki süreci terörsüz Türkiye olarak ciddi bir noktaya taşıdık. Şimdi bizler de örneğin partim bütün ekibiyle bölgede mitinglerini yapıyor. Mitinglerimizi yapıyoruz. Ve bu güzelliklere kavuşturan Allah'a hamdolsun diyorum.
Nisa Efendioğlu, TRT Haber. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, şimdi ben de yaptırımlara ilişkin bir soru soracağım. Çünkü ABD Başkanı Donald Trump yaptırımları kaldırdık dedi ama somut bir takvim belli mi? Yaptırımların ne zamana kadar kaldırılmasını bekliyorsunuz? Mesela Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'ndeki seçimden önce kalkar mı? Bunu merak ediyoruz. Teşekkür ederim.
Şu anda Amerika'nın bize karşı yaptırımlar konusunda herhangi bir uygulaması yok. Yani büyük oranda, büyük ölçüde bunlar kalkmış vaziyette. İşte şu anda Milli Savunma Bakanım burada, Genelkurmay Başkanım burada, diğer Dışişleri Bakanım ve Cumhurbaşkanı Yardımcısı burada. Hepsi de bu yaptırımların Türkiye'ye uygulanmadığını bizzat yaşıyorlar, görüyorlar. Böyle bir sıkıntımız yok. Herhangi bir sıkıntı anında da Sayın Trump sağ olsun aradığımız zaman 24 saat içerisinde bize döner. Ve 24 saat içerisinde de gerekli olan cevabı alırız. Sağ ol.
Millet Haber Ajansı Sinan Burhan. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, karşılama töreninde hem Yeniçeriler vardı, hem Mehter takımı vardı. Biz tabii büyük bir medeniyet olarak bundan mutluluk duyduk. Çok da hoşumuza gitti ama Batılı liderler nasıl karşıladı bu tabloyu efendim? Onu merak ediyorum.
Hepsi de övgüyle bahsettiler. Tokalaşırken gerçekten muhteşemdi dediler. Hatta bazıları biz Yeniçerilerinizi tanırız dediler. Güzel değil mi?
NTV Deniz Tüysüz. Efendim şimdi
Yaklaştır.
NTV'den Deniz Tüysüz. Efendim NATO zirvesinin başladığı, yani dün akşam başladı ama bu sabah saatlerinde de bir gelişme oldu İran açısından ve Amerika Birleşik Devletleri Başkanı Sayın Trump burada yaptığı bir basın açıklamasında, basına yönelik yaptığı bir açıklamada bence ateşkes bitti dedi.
Nasıl?
Bence ateşkes bitti dedi İran'la alakalı olarak. Daha sonra da biraz önce buradaydı basın toplantısında masada anlaşmak pek mümkün değil gibi mesajlar verdi. Siz biraz önce masanın çetrefilli olduğunu söylediniz ama baktığımızda genel olarak değerlendirmeniz nedir? Nasıl bir yol haritası izlenir sizce? Teşekkür ederim.
Masa kolay değil ya. Türkiye'de de biliyorsunuz altılı masa kurdular. Daha kurmadan dağıldı. Bu masa farklı bir masa. Ama biz elimizden gelen her türlü gayreti ortaya koyuyoruz. Bütün mesele masayı sağlama almak. Ama bizim masamız kolay kolay dağılmaz.
Ahmet Örsoğlu, NTV. Yerli savaş uçağı K'nın üretimi devam ediyor ama belirli bir süre uçakların sağlıklı uçabilmesi için anladığımız kadarıyla F-110 motorlarına, yani Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'nden tedarik edilmek istenen motorlara ihtiyacı var gibi.
Kaanlarla ilgili mi diyorsun?
Kaanlarla ilgili, evet efendim. Bu motorların satışı acaba gündeme geldi mi? Amerika Birleşik Devletleri Türkiye'ye bu motorları satacak mı? Teşekkür ederim.
Bu motorlarla ilgili konuyu ben Sayın Trump'la daha önce görüştüm. Kendileri olumlu bir yaklaşım sergilediler. İnşallah bir sıkıntı olmayacak. Peki, en arkada. Tamam. Bayan.
Merhaba, adım Maria Zaharaki, Yunan muhabirim, Yunanistan Devlet Haber Ajansı için ve Open Televizyon için İstanbul'da yaşıyorum.
İstanbul'da?
Evet. Başkanım, iki sorum var. İlk önce biliyorsunuz bugün Κυριάκος Μητσοτάκης Yunanistan Başbakanı Ege Denizi'nde Türkiye'den kaynaklanan kazus belli ve savaş tehdidine değindi. Yunanistan'ın karasularını genişletmesi durumunda açık ve net soruyorum size. Sizin için bir savaş sebebi mi? Bu ilk sorum. Ve ikinci sorum aynı zamanda mavi vatan ile ilgili yeni bir yasa hazırlıyorsunuz. Bu yasa ne zaman meclise sunulacak?
Neyle ilgili?
Mavi vatan ile bir yasa hazırlıyorsunuz. Bildiğimiz kadarıyla o zaman bu kanun, bu yasa ne zaman meclise sunulacak? Teşekkür ederim.
Sağ ol. Bu casus belli konusunu benim milletimin tamamına yakını bilmez. Ne olduğunu sorsan bilmez. Dolayısıyla bunlarla bence hiç milletimizi oyalamaya da gerek yok. Ve bizler de bu konuyu zaten Yunanlı dostlarımıza diyoruz ki bunlarla ne Yunan vatandaşını ne de bizim vatandaşımızı meşgul etmeyelim. Gelin oturalım, konuşalım, işi bitirelim. Bizim adımımız bu. Ve bu konu her zaman masaya geldiğinde kendilerine bunu söylüyoruz ve yolumuza da bu şekilde devam ediyoruz. Bu casus belli de bu konulardan bir tanesi. Mavi vatan konusuna gelince, mavi vatan konusu da bizim için çok çok önemli bir konu. Onu sadece denizlerde değil, yeri geldiği zaman da onu özellikle biz kendi içimizde ve karasularımızda isim olarak da kullanmaya devam edeceğiz.
Mr. President, sorry, I'm here. Nerges Horash from Iran International Channel. Mr. President, I wanted to ask you about your position regarding Islamic Republic of Iran's attack on Strait of Hormuz on commercial vessels, and also wanted to know if Iran was a topic of discussion between you and Mr. Trump's meeting. Thank you.
Are you Iran? Are you Iran?
I'm from Afghanistan.
Afganistan.
Yes.
Anladınız mı? Nasıl? Hürmüz Boğazı konusunda da bizler özellikle tabii Türkiye olarak elimizden gelen her şeyi yapıyoruz, yapacağız ve Hürmüz Boğazı'nın da bir savaş gölüne dönüşmesini istemiyoruz. Bunu başarabilirsek ne mutlu bize.
Teşekkür ederim Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım. TVNet'ten Büşra Mercimek. Az önce Mark Rutte bir konuşma yaptı ve Rusya-Ukrayna savaşının anlamsız, hatta delilik olduğunu söyledi.
Kim?
Mark Rutte, NATO Genel Sekreteri. Ancak ben şunu merak ediyorum. NATO'nun birleştirici gücüne inanıyorum. Barıştan yanayız dedi. NATO zirvesinde Gazze ve İsrail konusuna değinildi mi? Bu konuda neler söylemek istersiniz?
Yani içeride olmadığım sıralarda değinmişse bilmiyorum ama Gazze konusunu ısrarla ben işledim. Üzerinde durdum ve Gazze'yi bir Orta Doğu felaketi olarak görüyoruz. İnşallah bunu da bir an önce sulh-ü sükûna kavuşturmamız lazım. Hadi al bakalım.
Teşekkür ederim Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım. Emine Kaplan, TRT Kürdi. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, zirve kapsamında çok önemli görüşmeler gerçekleştirdiniz. Bu tarihi zirveyi nasıl değerlendiriyorsunuz? Bir de zirvenin Türkiye açısından hedeflerine ulaştığını ve sorunsuz geçtiğini söyleyebilir miyiz? Çünkü bizim tarafta, yani basın merkezinde sorunsuz geçti. İletişim Başkanlığımız çok güzel bir organizasyon yapmıştı. Her şey mevcuttu. Bir de sizin tarafı merak ediyoruz. Sorunsuz geçtiğini de gördük ama sizden de duymak isteriz. Teşekkür ederiz.
Evet, ben çok teşekkür ediyorum. Gerçekten organizasyon çok başarılıydı. Ve bu organizasyonda görev alan tüm arkadaşlarımı tebrik ediyorum, kutluyorum. Ve gerek ikramlar, herhalde beğendiniz değil mi ikramları? Gerekse servisler başarılıydı. Bütün bunlar başarılı olduktan sonra bu hizmeti veren arkadaşlarıma ne diyeyim? Hepsini tebrik ediyorum, kutluyorum. Sağ olsunlar, var olsunlar. Artık kifayeti müzakere diyecek miyiz?
Bahar Feyzan. Efendim, öncelikle NATO görüşmelerinde Trump'ın da açıkladığı, sizin de açıkladığınız ortak üretimden, ortak projelerden bahsedildi. Ama bu konuda Türkiye'nin önünde engeller var. Siz de değindiniz konuşmanızda bunların kaldırılması yönünde. Özellikle mesela SAFE program gibi. Türkiye'nin çok önemli kapasitesi ve önemli atılımları var savunma sanayinde. Bu konuda somut olarak Türkiye'ye bir güvence verildi mi? Hem Avrupa Birliği olmayan ülkelerinde hani üretim yapabilecek gibi mesela. Bir de diğer yandan Türkiye'ye yaptırımların kaldırılması konusunda Trump tarafı, Başkan Trump tarafı bir takvim verdi mi? Teşekkür ederim.
Takvim demeyeyim ama yani Sayın Trump'la bu konuda mutabık kaldık. Özellikle gerek savunma sanayi, gerek ekonomi, bütün bunlarda müşterek çalışma, hatta Türkiye'nin savunma sanayinde Amerika'ya yönelik adımlar atmasını da aramızda konuştuk. Yani ne olabilir savunma sanayinde? Özellikle gemi inşa sanayi, bu konuları aramızda görüştük ve adımları da inşallah süratle atacağız. Bu fırkateynler olabilir, bu korvetler olabilir, bu denizaltılar olabilir. Bütün bunları aramızda görüştük ve Türkiye bunu yapar mı? Türkiye bunu tersanelerinde yapar. Bunları yapmaya da muktedirdir.
Sağ olun. Murat Yetkin Report'tan. Efendim, arkadaşımın sorusuna biraz açarak devam ettireceğim. Bu akşam Avrupa Birliği liderleriyle yeniden bir araya geleceksiniz. Zirve öncesinde bu konuyu çok önemsediniz. Az önce konuşmanızda da yine önemli bir kısmı buna verdiniz. Avrupa Birliği'ndeki bu oy birliği meselesini nasıl aşabileceğinizi düşünüyorsunuz? Bu konuda Avrupalı liderlerden ya da komisyondan herhangi bir işaret alabildiniz mi? Bir ilerleme ümidi nerede görebilirsiniz?
Tabii bize düşen görev liderlerle bu konuları görüşmek. Bugün yine Alman şansölyesiyle de bu konuyu görüştük. Tabii şimdi de gerek von der Leyen'le gerek diğer liderlerle bunları gündeme getireceğiz, konuşacağız ve Türkiye'ye 53 yıllık bir beklenti, bu bir zulümdür. Artık bu zulümden Türkiye'yi kurtarın diyeceğiz kendilerine. Temenni ederim ki artık kapıyı aralarlar. Çalışacağız. Hayırlısı olsun. Kifayeti müzakere diyebilir miyiz? Sağ olun, var olun. Hayırlı akşamlar, hayırlı hafta sonları diliyorum.